Welcome back, everyone. This is Felix Wright, this Attorney Spirit of Justice for Android, and this is going to be part 10 of our blind playthrough. We finished the main story of the game yesterday, and today we're going to tackle the DLC content. There's one thing I want to verify first. There were 2 short stories on the Nintendo 3DS version. And I wonder if they are included in this case on Android. I need to verify this. Just checking also that I have all of my previous streams up to this point already exported, because that would be nice. Because I'm just exporting the one from yesterday here. Part 7, Part 8. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, tap screen. Oh yeah, I need to turn on my controller. Extras and DLC. Anime cutscenes, illustrations, costumes. That's it. I don't know what those DLC look like though. Those 2 short stories. They may remain exclusive to the 3DS version. I'm not sure. Illustrations. Oh no, that's definitely not what I'm looking for. Costumes. Nice, Phoenix. Now let's stick to what's normal for the game, I guess. For a replay, yeah, but it would look out of place otherwise here. Episode select. This is case number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the one we finished yesterday. And this is the one. Hey, Larry. Larry's here. Okay. Well, from episode start then. I guess that's it. Turnabout time traveler. Okay. A time traveler.
I'm not completely heartless. I'll even throw that time machine
that music.
so much overboard with you.
Please take me back to that blissful moment.
It's almost time for the reception, milady.
It actually really worked.
September 21, 10:13 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Is it working? Okay, let me make sure I got this straight. When your magic panties appear, the controller stops working. Excuse me, I'll unplug it and plug it back in the dongle. See if that fixes it. Well, I don't need to take off my headset actually. I'm not going that far away. Let's see. Ah yeah, okay, it's working now. Okay. I do a backflip into a handstand and blow out the candle. No, Athena, you've got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. Sure you can, but I believe in you, Athena. Trucy, what are you and Athena up to? Athena has agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show. Sure she did. I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first. Now it's human cannonball this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know. You've made your bed, Athena, and now you've got to lie in it. No! I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already. My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office. And since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here, huh? You got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter and a magician. And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star lawyer of the Right In Thing agency. Or rather, the rising star assistant to Trucy, you mean. If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm going to forget everything I ever learned. Guess this will happen soon enough. Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Business is as slow as ever, huh, Nick? Bet you made more money back when you played the piano. Huh? Yo, long time no see. Larry! I haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? Some big news, that's what. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? This is Larry Butts. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? There's somebody I want you to meet. Hey, you can come in now. Alright. Ha! How do you do? Hi. That dress, is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. I'm a domestic servant, a maid of the Sprocket household. Sprocket, as in Sprocket Aviation? Yeah, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wright, Sprocket Aviation is a really big airline company. You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short. Yeah, that does sound familiar. What, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see. But what is a Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So, actually, we've decided to get married. You what? It's not gonna go well for you, Larry. You know what happens with you and women. I'm not so young anymore, you know? I figured it's time to finally settle down. What? You're getting married? No way, I don't believe it. Besides, why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as Larry? You're kidding, right? Jealous? I don't blame ya, but green's really not your color, you know? Alright, Larry. Lay it on me. Hey, Larry, check this out. What are you showing me your attorney's badge for? Wait, are you saying you want me to take up your badge and hit the courtroom? Absolutely not. With you as the defense, you're liable to bring the whole courthouse down, literally. All I want is one chance to defend somebody in court. Objection! How was that? Pretty good, huh? Ready to let me borrow your badge now? You saw how awesome I am at pointing, right? I'm starting to think I'm a natural. I'm not lending you my badge, and that's final. Besides, pointing isn't all that the lawyer does. Oh, pretty please. What you got to lose? My reputation, for one. I never should have shown him my badge. Right, okay. You're getting married. In all seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like love on the run, I guess you could say. There's always something with this guy. Isn't that right, Ellie? Are you sure? Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. I'm not marrying you or something. My heart already belongs to another. There's always something. I feel bad for the dude, though. He keeps getting played by women over and over. I'm in love with Soren, not you. Say what? How did you get in such a misunderstanding? How could you misunderstand? That's about what I thought. But Ellie, baby, weren't you running away with me so we could get married? As I said, you misunderstand. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. This is not happening. I even shook off the police for you, and for what? That's it. If we can't be together, my life is over. I'm gonna end it all. Wait, back up. Did you say you shook off the police? Yes, we had to, because we were lovers on the lam. Sorry, Miss Wyatt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Murder? They think you killed somebody? I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell onto me. They had me confined in a separate room, and that's when Larry came along and helped me escape. I'm sorry, but what? Oh, Nick! Me and Ellie were going to elope. We were gonna put it all on the line for true love. But the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake them off. Where did it all go wrong? I feel a migraine coming on. He's a migraine, alright. Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from the police. A photo of the suspect, Miss Helen Wyatt, has just been released by the police. Sources say that the 20-year-old is suspected of clubbing the victim. 25-year-old Dumas Gloomsbury, 25-year-old Dumas Gloomsbury to death in the wedding reception hall after a banquet. The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous if you see them. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, brother. I guess this means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Oh, Nick, what's a guy to do? Ellie's dumped me hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. Well, they were not escaping. They wanted legal counsel before surrendering to the police, right? Right? That's why they're here, right? I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? You've really got to stop living under a rock and get out more. I'm the hippiest, hottest picture book author in the business, Loris Donim. I can't believe you didn't know that I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Frenzy's Whippity Whip Trip, right? Now that you mention it, I think I did hear something about a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? I'll have you know, I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. He's mildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over this jacket. What's that? Ah, yeah, I only saw the hearts, but I guess it's part of a larger character, right? What's that heart-shaped pork chop? He's not a pork chop. He's the main character of my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his arrows of amore. Cupiglet. And you can see this adorable fellow make his debut in Cupiglet's Lovey-Dovey Lark. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores now or ever. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy or 10. Well, yeah, but I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. Anywho, you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? Please, I'm begging you. I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as this pure white dress. No psyche locks. I guess that means she's telling the truth. But helping a fugitive on the run, what am I getting myself into? She was seeking legal representation. There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. Oh, you might find this hard to believe, but the truth is, I'm a time traveler. I'm not sure I follow. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then in that instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck. And I went back in time to just before the reception started. Only this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow I became the suspect for this murder. It's as if history had been rewritten. Now wait just a minute here. I don't understand. Are you saying that... Too late. What's going on? Mr. Wright, there are police cars outside. And not just one or two, but a whole bunch. Come on out. Hands over your head. Daddy, a whole squad of officers as the building surrounded. What? This is the police. There is no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Hey, Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know. I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3. 44, 45. Wow, talk about overkill. Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how they raised you. Does that kind of speech work? Like ever? Think about their smiling faces and their warm home-cooked meals. Who in the heck are you? A detective? Now, hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Wait! Please tell me it's Gumshoe. Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? No, it's Emma. Oh, no, Gumshoe still. Emma? I'm sorry for all the commotion. So what in the world is going on? Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Butts who'd holed himself up in here. With the murder suspect after he made off with her. And the fleet of patrol cars. The police are being extra careful. Because apparently, a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb." I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about. Well, the police were being so persistent, I had to do something, so I tried bluffing. This dude. Excuse me. Maybe the upstairs neighbor is nailing something down. Anyway, you know I like you do in court, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. So if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. And what about Larry? He's not in trouble? I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick, we gotta get down to the detention center right away. Listen, Larry. I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not. But I know you will, because it's you. Guess I got no choice but to tag along and help them then. What? And skip out on me? We've only just started practicing your repertoire, you know. Huh? You'd better stay and practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise, after all. That's cold, boss. You gotta get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. Eep, no! Stop, I'm begging you. She's getting away. You get back here, Athena. Ha ha ha, I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, guess we'd better get to the detention center and ask Miss Wyatt some questions. Especially about that whole time-traveling business she was talking about. I guess there won't be anything we haven't seen before in here. I haven't played this old thing in a long time. Not that I could ever play it to begin with, but considering all the complaints I get, I guess I'd better just continue to not play it. Maybe I should tidy this place up every once in a while. Still, I bet we're going to use all this stuff sometime soon again anyway. So it's probably better to just leave things where they are. It's an organized mess. Apollo's jacket, Athena's notes, and Trucy's magic props. Not that I'm complaining, it's nice to know my friends and family are always close by. I bet we're the only office in existence that uses magic props as furniture. At this rate, Trucy's props are going to wind up taking over the whole office. I mean, they're already halfway there. Hey, it's the plant. Charlie looks as lush and green as ever, thanks to Athena taking such good care of him. I guess I should pitch in every once in a while too, huh? This is a plant. This office might look messy, but at least I keep all of my clients' personal info safe under lock and key. That's what a successful man does, right? Puts his efforts where they count. Oh, let's move then. Okay, so what really happened? The visitor's room. Excuse me while I check something. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Wyatt, would you mind if I asked you a few questions? Nick is gonna defend you, Ellie. Isn't that great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet. What? Okay, that was funny. You're not going to take my case? What the heck? I'm never gonna be happy. Miss Wyatt, what the? Did I do something wrong? Miss Wyatt, please calm down. I'm innocent, I tell you. But the police won't believe me. And neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell. Alright, I'll do it. I'll take your case. Just please stop crying. Really? You will? The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me. Oh, thank you! Ah! Snot. Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice? Doesn't seem like it. I guess not, hehe. In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anybody. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. Miss Wyatt, Ellen, let's do this together. Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright. Okay, this is annoying. There, it's going to be okay. Now try to pull yourself together, please. Alright, just give me a moment. Okay. Wow. Impressive. I'm truly grateful to you for taking on my defense, Mr. Wright. Sure, no problem. Wow, she literally pulled herself together. That was impressive. Suspicion of murder. Oh, come on. Do you hear that? Super annoying. Excuse me. Okay. Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident. Alright, it happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. Wasn't Gloomsbury the name of the victim in that news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. How dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep! That's rich coming from you. Do you have any idea why he'd attacked you? No, but what? Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married. Geez, jealous much, what a loser. Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me onto the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon this pendant. That pendant. It was a gift from my husband-to-be, Sorin. He said it's a symbol of our love. And so you made a wish on it? Now you may think what I'm about to say is very strange, but... And where is her husband-to-be? I beg the pendant, please take me back to that blissful moment. And you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started. Maybe it didn't? So that's the time-traveling thing you mentioned back at my office. It's probably not that, is it? I'm sorry, but I have to say it's pretty unbelievable. Unbelievable! Frying pan, again. I knew you'd never believe me! Nick! Ellie here is an honest-to-goodness time traveler. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. You think a court of justice will believe it? Haha, sure, Larry, sure. But it's really true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Soren made. I begged it for help, but it really did send me back in time. Is she listening to herself? I even experienced the reception again, even though we'd already held it once before. And during it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Could you not cook while we're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion for murder? Well, after the reception ended, the second reception I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place by myself. Hold on, cleaning? Why were you cleaning on your own wedding day? For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I see. I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. That's when I saw Mr. Gloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern. So you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right? That's right, I just came across it by accident. But I became confused and didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me, and jumped to the conclusion that I had killed him. So this Gloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time? A time machine and a magic pendant. How could any of this be possible? We should meet this fiancé of hers. Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about that other thing too? About that shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked. She's putting herself together. Yes, good idea, Larry. The wedding. Okay. So you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right? That's right, we've only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all. Oh, Ellie, how can you say that? You and me are bound by fate, I'm telling ya. We're meant to be together. What? He was imagining things again. You're wrong, Larry. I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as the goatee on my chin. Larry, don't make me send you to time out. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What's he like? Okay. His name is Soren Sprocket. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny. Did you say Soren Sprocket, as in her employers? She's about to marry one of her employers? Well, a member of the family that employs her, I should say. Did you say Soren Sprocket, as in... That's right, the next president of Sprocket Aviation. Wait, he's in line to take over the company? He's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice. Clearly. Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison. Ellie, you're breaking my achy-breaky heart. So she's marrying into money, huh? I can't believe Soren chose me as a simple house servant. He's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Oh, my Soren. Yeah, marrying into money. A shadowy figure. So what's this shadowy figure you saw, Ellen? It was when Mr. Bloomsbury was attacking me. Right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Bloomsbury from behind. You did? Then that person must be the true culprit. Did you see who it was? I'm afraid not. Have you told anybody else about this? I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream. I can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel? Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't! Ellen's statement added to the court record. Okay. I guess I've asked her all I can for now. Spick and span, spick and span. Ellen, what are you doing? I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can't have my future hubby come into a dirty room now, can I? It has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Spick and span, spick and span. Let's hope we can wipe away all suspicion from you soon, too. Nick, we'd better get to the crime scene right away. What, you're coming too? Of course I am. If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills, Ellen might change your mind about me, you know? You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the mooring dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go. Guess I have to move. A flying chapel. R-A-L it says. Ah, why does he have to do that today? Of all days. Don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's super annoying. Sprocket Park, mooring dock. So this is Sprocket Park. Where is the reception hall? The reception hall. Oh, that's... Wow, looky there. What? What is it? I just spotted me a cute mama cheetah. No, wait up, Nick. Hold on, where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick, a man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. I am an artiste, after all. Oh, miss, yoo-hoo. Mamacita. I thought he was going to take me to the crime scene. Ah, well, I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he inevitably gets rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Wow, this thing's really banged up. You looking at the sign? They say it got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. A big gust sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway. I see, the wind caused that? More like a tornado. The repair guy was saying don't touch, it's dangerous. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Poor guy. Looks like it was a lot of work. So this bench hit that sign, huh? Hopefully it didn't hit a person too. That would be a catastrophe. I guess from now on, whenever I'm walking around outside, I'd better be on the lookout for unidentified flying furniture too. Wow, that airship is huge! Oops, didn't mean to say that out loud. I've only ever seen airships like this up in the sky. But I gotta say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Lay off, man. I wasn't on my game today. So now that you're done, you mind telling me where the reception hall is already? What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of... Wait, what's that say? Flying Chapel? Excuse me. Flying Chapel. Do you mean to tell me that's the reception hall? That's probably what they mean. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, there we go. Pardon me. Do you mean to tell me? Yep, Eddie's reception was on that airship. Wow, sky-high reception hall. Yep, and that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum too. But the happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip, though. Here, check the airship out for yourself with this pamphlet. Flying Chapel pamphlet. It includes a brief introduction and diagrams of its layout. By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I called in some help for you. You did? Yep, should be here any minute now. What backup? Edgeworth? He does have a cool red car, Edgeworth. Yeah, that's him. That's his car. That red sports car. Larry, don't tell me you called. You know it, buddy. I trust you've been well, right? No, okay. Not who I expected. Surprise, now admitted that was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it? Maya, what are you doing here? Driving, Edgeworth's sports car, of all things. Larry called me up. He said something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. But that's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride. Ha. Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me. Nick, what's Larry talking about? He was dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary bride anyway. Anyone will do, I guess. Poor Larry, that's a new low even for him. But hey, imaginary girlfriends never hurt anyone, right? More power to him. This is Maya Fey. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium. But now that her training is over, she's back home here in the States. That's right, the new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready. Heh, look at you, Maya, all grown up and as cute as ever. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. If I ever got married, I'd miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. Ah, but he's here too, yeah. He was the one driving, right? Edgeworth, I figured that car belonged to you. But when did you become Maya's chauffeur? It's nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car. I nearly ran her down. This is the case just like old times. All we need is Gumshoe now. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine and the district's chief prosecutor. I heard he's been busy lately. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, excuse me. Here we go. He's a friend of mine and the district's chief prosecutor, and I heard it's been busy lately. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too. He did. However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? The incidents. Just so you know, right, I am the lead prosecutor on this case. What? You? Yes, it appears we'll be standing on opposite ends of the battlefield this time around. So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated to say the least. He's the son of a rich influential person. That person? No, actually, no, it's Gloomsbury who died, not someone of the Sprocket family. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. But it's Gloomsbury his name, isn't it? My back hurts, damn it, still. Okay, the groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they tried to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. Pressure to settle it amicably, right? What do you mean, settle it amicably? It means that they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug. Wow, Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout? Yes, they have especially strong ties in both the political and the judicial worlds. To the point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, right? It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a Sprocket. So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right? Something I... no. Not that. No, not like that. Nope. I think I like it better that way. Okay. Right, that's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities regardless of who I'm up against. For that is a part of my creed. Nothing and no one can sway me from that, not even the almighty Sprockets. Right. If they think they can use their influence to bend the truth, they have another thing coming. Got another thing coming. You know, I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests. But all they got instead was you. Edgy, come on, man. How can you prosecute my poor sweet Ellie? What kind of heartless jerk are you? I'm simply doing my job, and I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back, not for you or anyone else. Thanks for the warning, Your Righteousness. Edgeworth. So how's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course, unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth. Nice try, right, but as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy. Including you. As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well. Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me? He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he? Edgeworth, about this incident, don't forget, right, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I'm not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries? No, I guess we are our adversaries for now. And you, Larry? Me? I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect. But Edgy, we're old pals, aren't we? Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now come along. Wah, Nick, help me out here! Vroom! He's left. Well, for you guys, it's over that way, I guess. To the left of the screen. Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever? Yeah, I guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out. Well, Nick would better hop to it, too. Hop to what? Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? Bum 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 bum. Can I get that music? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. This is going to be fun. Fun, huh? It has been a long time, though, since we were last together like this. Alright, to the crime scene, then. Yeah, and away we go. No music. Such a disappointment. Any ideas? Might as well jump right in, I guess. So what do you think? Well, let's see. I think the inside of Mr. Edgeworth's car smelled heavenly. No, apart from Edgeworth's car. I mean, do you have any ideas about this case? Sorry, I can't think of a thing. But what are we wasting all this time with thinking for? There's investigating to be done. Ooh, I can't wait to see what kind of evidence we'll find. You seem really excited. You bet, Nick. The dynamic duo is back in the saddle again. Let's go round him up, partner. Alright, let's get to it then. What to do? So what do you think we should do, Maya? Isn't it obvious? We start by investigating every single place that has anything to do with the case. And then grill every single person involved. Her enthusiasm is kind of overwhelming. Now go forth, Phoenix Wright. Search out the truth. Well, don't just stand there. Say something. Yes, ma'am. Louder! Yes, ma'am. That's more like it. We've already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. Well, I'd like to have another look. Maybe there's nothing of import, but... So that one little tower is all that's keeping the airship from being blown away? Apparently. It must be sturdier than it looks. You know what it reminds me of? A single mom raising 3 kids while holding down a full-time job. Sure, where did that analogy have even come from? Nothing particularly interesting here. It's not every day you get to see an airship up close like this. So I'm pretty psyched for this. Me too. If it wasn't for the fact that it's the scene of a murder. Oh, right, I almost forgot about that part. Wow, that sign really got smashed up. There were some really high winds yesterday, and they say that that bench was blown right into the sign. Wow, I wish I could have seen that. If you'd been there, you would have gotten blown away by the wind too, you know. That sounds kind of fun, actually. Don't tell me you never tried to use an umbrella to fly when you were a kid. I think I'll take staying alive over fun, thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's move. Reception hall. So this is the reception hall. According to the pamphlet, we're right here. Okay. Yikes, we're pretty high up, but at least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad. Oh, look, Nick, it's Emma. Hey, Emma, over here. Miss Wright, Maya. Does this mean you've taken the case? Yeah, that's how things kinda turn out. So do you mind if we take a look around? Be my guest. We've pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead. Now is a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. No, it's not gonna be the classic music, I guess. It's this one, but well. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'll be right there. Okay, excuse me. Ba-bum, bum, bum, bum. Talk. Or shall we examine the place first, I guess? It's probably for the best. And then we can ask questions. And also, I need to look at this from multiple angles. It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambition to take to the skies. It's kind of a romantic notion, don't you think? Yeah, but I just noticed that it doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling all that well. I'm sure it's fine. Please don't let it all fall on my head. A model airplane, the perfect decoration for an airline company wedding. And a propeller plane like this lends the room a great old-timey feel. Ooh, I'd love to see the Steel Samurai fly a plane like this. Can you picture it? The Steel Samurai zipping through the clouds over neo-old Tokyo. If Sprocket Aviation ever becomes a sponsor of the show, I could see it happening. Why didn't I think of that? I think I'll go suggest the idea to them later. Please at least wait until after the trial is over. must be the lantern the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it quite a ways. It looks like a cow, but it's pretty badly broken. That's not a cow, Nick. That's Pegasus, the flying horse. No way, it's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything. But look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's Pegasus, I tell you. Oh, I know, that pamphlet should tell us. Let's see, apparently it's called a Pegamoo. I did not see that coming. Yet somehow, the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know? That's strange. What is? Well, this Pegamoo is definitely a male Pegabull, right? Yeah, I'd say so, what with the horns and all. Could be an ox. Not a bull. Okay, well. That Pegamoo over there is also a Pegabull. But take a look at the pamphlet. See, the one on the right says Pegabull, but Pegacow. Okay, the other one says Pegacow, a female Pegamoo. Right. The pamphlet goes on to say how they have Pegamoos for the happy couple. So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and a female pair of Pegamoos. But for some reason, there are two males here. Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room. It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of blunder, though. Broken lantern. The Pegable lantern in which the victim's body was found. Ba, 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 ba. In any case, we better check this thing out. What's this? What do you think this is, Maya? Looks like a flower petal to me. What an unusual shape for a flower petal. Do you suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall? No, I don't see a single flower like this at any of the tables. I wonder where it came from. Bulbs? So this is where the body was found. And the first person to find it was Ellen. Emma, what can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found? Let's see, the victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. Here's a photo of the scene as we found it. Yeah, there were more of these so-called petals on the body. Photo of victim added to the court record. These look like steering wheels or valve handles. Did this come from the lantern? Ick, it's covered in blood. Maybe it got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern. Can you imagine going to open a door and finding the knob covered with blood? That would be bloody awful to say the least. Ha, bloody awful. A note? Hey, what's this? Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. Oh, let me take a look. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me, but it looks like they wrote it in a rush. And why do you say that? Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of each line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. Yeah, makes sense. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page. Guess I'll take your word on that, Miss Bad Handwriting Expert. Hey, even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly. Alright, let's get back to the note. That note was apparently written by the victim, but why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it? I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour. Maya, are you craving curry rice or something? Whoops. So Emma, where is this Vista deck the note mentions? Is that heliport you see right outside the window over... It's that heliport you see right outside the window over there. Okay. So it's planned on rushing Ellen off from there. What a monster. Gloomsbury's note added to the court record. Okay. I guess that about does it for this lantern. We have the rest now to look at, I guess. Okay, this I already looked at. What's that back there, a clock? Okay, I guess this is where the groom and bride would be sitting. This must be where the time machine was placed. I can't believe that such a beautiful memento was used for murder. It's just awful. Nick, we have to prove Ellen's innocence no matter what it takes. I agree. We can't let this go down as the saddest flying wedding reception in history. This is the sweetheart table where the bride and groom sit. It's called the sweetheart table? Interesting. Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though. They say that newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know. They have to grin and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner. Oh, I wouldn't be able to stand that. I can't imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat it. They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses with those tight corsets, squeezing their waists that they can barely eat a bite. Really, it sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture. You can get married without having a large reception. I guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. So that's the Vista deck out there. I bet the view is amazing. But I guess it must also kind of freak you out, huh, Nick? Yeah, kind of. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up here. I think that about does it for this area. But I think that might be it. Let's look at it from a different angle, I guess. Unless I need to check... Ah, no. This one I haven't checked yet. Wow, look at the horns on this flying bovine. He must be a bull. It seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece. By the look of those wheels, I bet it can be rolled around rather easily, too. Yeah, I bet it would be quite a hassle if you had to lift and carry him everywhere. And this is what the backside looks like. What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheel handle? Oh, I get it. This way they can get inside to change the light bulbs. I see they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted. So the one with blood on it was the one on the inside, then because the bronze one didn't have any blood on it, and I couldn't even examine it actually. The one I could examine was silver like that, or white, and it had blood on it. I guess they figured nobody will see it, so why bother? Makes sense to cut costs where you can. Well, overall, I can't say I see anything strange about this thing, But it teaches us how the other one works. No. Oh, okay, there are 3 angles overall, okay. Very steampunk. It's a fog machine for the reception. Pretty cool, huh? Don't you dare touch it. Oh, spoil sports. That's because I know how you operate. That's one big partition screen, industrial size even. I bet it'd cause an industrial-sized mess if it fell over. And that's why you're not allowed to touch it, Maya. What? Then who's going to test how stable it is? Just leave it alone, please. Nothing particular. But come on, it was red. Like this. Get a load of that huge set of doors. I bet all sorts of things come and go through there. Like an elephant. I'm pretty sure it's just a bride and groom. This is a banquet hall, not a circus. There's a purse on the table or something like that. What's that? A wallet. It looks like a business card wallet. I wonder whose it is. You can guess from what's drawn on it or printed or whatever. That face looks awfully familiar. Yes, it does. Guess I'll bring it to him later. With a peculiar yet suspiciously familiar imprint in the center. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum. Doesn't seem to be much I can examine from this angle anyway. I wonder what this partition is for. I imagine people like the reception staff or entertainers use it. They probably wait behind it when they're on standby. I see. With a partition this size, I bet they could even fit an elephant back there. Not that anyone sane would. It's a fog machine. I wonder if they used it during the reception. Oh, hey Nick, go stand over there for a sec. Why? Just because, now go. Alright. I've got a bad feeling about this. Fogmaster 9000, on. Maya, no! Huh? Oh, nothing happened. Looks like it won't work without some dry ice. Darn it, all I wanted to do was surround you in a thick cloud of smoke. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be everything. Let's talk to Emma now. What happened? Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about this case. So do you think you could give us a rundown? Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I'd expect him to be tight-lipped about it. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you? Time traveling? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected. Victim's name is Dumas Bloomsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household. Ellen was a maid for that family as well, so that means the two of them were co-workers. Yes, they apparently knew each other. Mr. Bloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about this work, but he was also a very closed and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back. If he was the lead servant, he must have been higher ranked than Ellen. What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially her boss? We don't know the defendant's motive yet, but the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her. And what circumstances are these exactly? Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands. But why would a bride who was just about to start a happy new life kill someone? Did the police have an explanation for that? Yeah, about that, they believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back. But why did they attack her to begin with? Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Bloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. Okay. So this Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked Helen first, but if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick? It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we could prove that, but I wonder what Edgeworth will have up its sleeve to counter that claim. But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company. It sounds like a modern-day fairy tale. Yeah. It does, doesn't it? Thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently. A star-crossed marriage? So what was the murder weapon, Emma? Excuse me. This clock with the secret mechanism built into it, it was on display here in the reception hall. Is that the time machine? The thing that would have been displayed right next to the banquet table? The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered. So the victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? But that's funny, there's no blood on it as far as I can tell. Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence. But there was definitely a luminol reaction, and it matches up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon. What a funny looking clock. They call it the timekeeper. The idea is that it's the time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to the memory of their wedding day. A time machine, huh? Come to think of it. Ellen said her pendant was a part of a time machine. I wonder how the secret mechanism in this thing works. Timekeeper added to the court record. Okay, let's hear about the marriage. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid. Is that how you say that? Live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself? So a maid with no family or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? I guess it's not surprising that ruffled a feather or two. Apparently, the groom's parents and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed. But that didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding. Love flourishes in the face of adversity. Oh, is that how it works? Yup. If you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spent all of my spare time in Kurain watching soap operas on TV. Sure, that's how you learn about love. It's the best way. I'm not sure that's enough to make you a qualified anything, Maya. Shh! By the way, I heard the suspect faced her fair share of harassment too. And from the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her. So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it might be a boon for those who opposed their marriage to begin with. After all, with Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. Yeah, where is the groom? Are we ever gonna see him? Well, I guess that just about does it for the crime scene. Hey, Nick, I want to see the rest of the airship. We might as well, since we're here. True, we might even run into some of the other people involved in the case. Who's this? Nick, how long has that guy been standing there? I didn't even notice him until just now. Excuse me, are you with Sprocket Aviation? Okay. Huh. Nick, he wrote something on that paper airplane. I guess we're supposed to read it then. What, he never talks? Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, that was a rather cold welcome. That's right, Maya. Meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation. Soren Sprocket. Oh, that's him. Or to put it another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation. So he's Helen's fiancé. This guy is weird. Oh, there he goes. He's kind of an eccentric. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes. Okay. An inventor, huh? Yup, he even designed this airship. That's pretty impressive. Nick, this is no time to be standing around gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen. Oh, right. It looked like he was heading outside. Outside, they said. There he is. Excuse me, could we talk to you? Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you what you're doing? There he goes. There he goes, doing it again. You sure he's riding up a storm? It is possible if an enormous change in mass, blah blah blah, then theoretically matter can retain its form when it crosses the event horizon. Let's just see what he has to say about Ellen. What do you have to say about this? What are you showing me that for? What can you tell me about it? It's just Sprocket. I can't read him at all, not even with an item as loaded with sentiments as this. Nah. Generic answer. Does this bring anything to mind? Apparently not. Even some small vague detail will do. Here we go again. Ah! This guy really doesn't want to talk, does he? Same thing? Whenever there's an animation, it's gonna slow down the process of skipping through the entire thing. The photo of the victim? No. Still nothing. Okay, ack. This guy really doesn't want to talk, does he? Okay. Talk. Ellen. Excuse me, we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow. So, could we ask you about the case? No, I guess. Ow! What the? Not interested. Not interested? How can you say something like that? This is about your fiancée. She's under arrest, you know. The diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet. The amount of energy necessary to move matter comprised of that amount of mass is... He's off in his own little world. I can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest. We'll just have to talk on his level then, with something he might be interested in. I already tried presenting evidence. What are you showing me that for? Mr. Sprocket! Ah! So annoying! What do I have to do? This? Could you take a look at this? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told us that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought. He wasn't even listening? Oh boy. This guy at the witness stand? Oh boy. It's gonna be a nightmare. He's not at all what I expected based on Ellen's gushing testimonial anyway. Ellen. We'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind. I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interested. This guy is the worst. Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen. In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Guess that got your attention. So, is time travel really even possible? Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it is also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? The timekeeper, that clock we had displayed in the reception hall. Excuse me. Yes. That is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part. That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it? But it's a time machine too. I need to sneeze. Okay, excuse me. What Ellen experienced is akin, well, what she says she experienced anyway, would be akin to traveling down a road by car key. Physically and metaphysically, it should be impossible. Yeah, okay. Hey, RNG, how's it going? Unless maybe the quantum system inside the pendant somehow accidentally interfered with the natural flow of the fourth dimension. What technical difficulty am I experiencing today? I don't know. Sneezing, I suppose? Maybe? We're losing him again. Maybe we'd better ask him some more about the time machine. The time machine. So you've been researching time travel, have you? Moving through the space-time continuum would be man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel as a mode of transportation. Since the dawn of time, man has developed multifarious methods of transportation. Sneezing, have you tried turning it on, off and on? I've tried, that didn't work, sadly. The glitch still remains. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, and spaceships, but they are all fundamentally similar in that they constitute three-dimensional movement. Travel through the space-time continuum would shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't know why, Nick, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden. For generations, Sprocket Aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next great leap. Oh, is he done? So what exactly does all that stuff he was saying mean, Nick? Well, basically, it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-thru to it, I guess. Oh, I get it. It's the same burger, but with a quicker and more efficient delivery system. So what Soren really wants to do is lunge humanity into the future. Launch, not lunch. But do you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly possible when man stops daring to believe. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know, but you wouldn't understand. Did you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really do exist. All I know is Soren isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, though, when it comes to inventions, anyway. Yeah, his apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling, though. So I hear that the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Why did you even want to get married? He doesn't even seem interested. Master Soren. Who's this? It is time for the meeting on next term's project. What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again? You are the future president. You must consider the business side too. It is I found Soren. Send the car over at once. How steampunky. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Soren, you do give me quite a headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Who's this person? Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Pierce Nickety. Please call me Pierce. Pierce Nickety. Pierce Nickety. Pierce Nickety? Pierce Nick... I don't know. I am the Sprocket family butler. Nick, a butler! I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were just on TV and stuff. And who might you be, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Wyatt's lawyer. And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. You must have known Ellen if she was the maid and he was the butler. Oh, so it is you. I am most grateful to you for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. You have my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. So hey, speaking of the case... Oh, one moment, please. Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch. Oh, it's just a bit of good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. But I guess it makes sense, knowing that time is pretty important in his line of work. So I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. There is a little time before I must attend to Master Soren again. Why not come to Sprocket Manor? Huh? You mean to Soren's home? As a token of my appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. I would like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments. Oh boy, Nick. Fancy high society tea party with high-class snacks and everything. And what about the investigation? Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house? I don't know. Do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads? Of course it will. I say we take the butler up on his kind offer and go to Soren's place. Alright, you win. Very good, to Sprocket Manor then. No, I'm already done here. There, okay. Wow, this place does not disappoint. Ooh, I'm so excited. Wow, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. Now then, we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. Who are these people? I take it you wanted to ask me some questions? Huh. That's why you invited us here? I am sorry to have tricked you like this. But this is a murder after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation. Oh, and I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks too. There, Maya. Don't cry. The Spears guy is one shrewd man. Hey, Nick, look at that cute vintage radio. Oh, that thing over there, under the stuffed bull's head. I'm gonna go take a closer look. I thought I told you to settle down. I'm sorry. Not to worry. Okay. Wow, that little mech fixed it right up. I am not only the butler, but I'm also Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty. That was incredible! What is that little doohickey on your shoulder anyway? The doohickey. It's my fixer-upper shoulder mech. Master Soren made it for me. It has too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment, though. It's so cool! I wish I had one of those. Fixing things is a simple matter, but fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked. He must be in shock over Miss Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. I should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here, too. Let's look around. What's this? Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor. Well, look at that. It's a Flying Chapel keycard. The Flying Chapel? What areas on the Flying Chapel require a keycard, if I may ask? Guest rooms? Mostly areas we want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room and the hold, which is chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas without a keycard. That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. Wait, what's Ellen keycard doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred? I don't believe so. And she was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man wearing a beret by any chance? Yes, he was, as a matter of fact. He was also wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache. I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? Can't talk to the maid? What's this? Oh, are those pictures of the wedding reception? Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here. Do you mind if we have a look at that photo? Be my guest. Take as long of a look as you'd like. Well, what do you think of this gorgeous dreamscape? A thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds. Wow, look at how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous, though. Indeed. She kinda does. There's the butler in the background. She does, doesn't she? Hey, look, there's Pierce. Really? Where? Right there, behind the sweetheart table. Hey, you're right. I bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner. So, what do you think, Nick? Does anything in this photo stick out at you? No, not at the moment, anyway. Photo of reception added to the court record. Hey, Nick, if Ellen really did travel back in time, do you think this photo is of the second reception? You know, right up after the time jump? I wonder. Excuse me, sir. Yes, can I help you? Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. There's a picture there on the left that seems important. He climbed up faster than a clam. This here, yeah, that looks important. Let's look at this first. Nick, look at that airplane propeller up there going round and round. I see they've got an aviation theme going on. Makes sense for an airline family. I wonder if it doubles as a fan. Oh, what if the rest of the plane were on the other side of that wall? And the wall would open up so the plane could take off in an emergency. How cool would that be? If that's what's behind the propeller wall, then what's behind the bull wall across the way? Oh, I know. Maybe it's the rest of him. That must be where the sprockets get their milk. Nick, first of all, that's a beef cow, and second, bulls don't make milk. Oh, right. That's what I get for trying to play along. Picture. Hey, Nick. Now, here's a real lady. She looks smart as a whip, doesn't she? I wonder who she is. We didn't see her on the airship. That is Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Beautiful and capable, she was a great lady. Soren's sister? Was? I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. A bouquet? Oh, it's the bridal bouquet. Hey Nick, how about I throw it? And you try to catch it. Why me? Just because? I bet you'd look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it, but doesn't tradition dictate that it's the ladies that go after the bouquet? Who cares? Just catch it. Here. Ow, hey, you threw that right at my face. Oh, you don't want to catch that bouquet, trust me. Why not? They say it's bad luck to catch the bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last. But I already caught it. Whoops, too late now, huh, Nick? Well, there's the radio. Don't you dare touch that radio again. It looks like an expensive antique. What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it up again. I really hope he's nice enough to waive the repair bill. A bull. Come to think of it, there was a bull logo on the side of the flying chapel too. Looks like we have a theme here. The president of the company must have a thing for cattle. Suppose so. The bull is the symbol of Sprocket Aviation. To be as strong and steady as a bull. That's the company's creed, you know. Probably for all the back-breaking labor they put their employees through. By the way, that bull logo on the flying chapel, the one with the rainbow wings. His name is Rainy the Rainbow. Get it? I get it. He's a rainbow-colored bull, so he's a rainbow, right? What a memorable name, huh, Nick? Yeah, for the lameness of the pun. Okay, well, I think we've looked at everything. Present the photo before I forget. Pierce, the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister Selena, right? I don't think we've met her yet. Yes, about that. He seems hesitant all of a sudden. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell us about her? Alright, very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all. Soren's past? And then show him the other photo. This incident has severely damaged the company's reputation. I expect reservations for weddings on the Flying Chapel will face an unfortunate decline. Pierce, he just lost a subordinate. Yet all you can think about is the business? I am not made of stone, I assure you. But if the company were to go under because of this incident, countless employees would lose their jobs. I see. To be honest, I wish we could have hidden this tragedy from the public. But now that it's going to trial, I suppose there is nothing to be done about it. So the fate of the company depends on this trial. This is more than I bargained for. Time to ask questions about the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for. Do you think she did it? Well, I can't prove it yet, but no, I don't think she could have done it. I guess you could call it a gut feeling. I see. I guess we have different opinions then. Do we now? The prosecution says that when Bloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective, or rather that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying this case. I fear you are mistaken. All we sought was merely a legal consultation. Besides, none of it matters now, as she is no longer part of this family. Fortunately for us, they had yet to get their marriage licensing before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose. I realize how callous I must sound, but my duty is to protect the Sprocket family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as the Sprocket family butler. You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along really well. Don't you think? Yeah, I could easily picture Edgeworth with a butler. Oh, and by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. What? It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime. Okay, wow, that's a lot to ask about. Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time? She must have been delirious. There is no need to take such a claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible, though. Master Soren said that? It sounds like he is still stuck in the past. He's psychologically stuck, I take it. Excuse me. What is it? I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having milk tea. Still have lemon slices at the ready just in case. We must not disappoint her, understand? You sure are busy, all in a day's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Soren's past. Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was next in line. So why isn't she becoming the next president? Because she died in a car accident. What? I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the accident, losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. Ever since then, he has buried himself in his research on time machines. He also became a quiet and meticulous, almost compulsive note-taker around then. He seems so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all that around inside him. Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all its time on his inventions. And as the family butler, I am truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past. It was sometime after the reception. Some of the master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall. And that is when we saw it. A woman standing in front of the victim with the bloody murder weapon in her hand. It was none other than Miss Ellen. But Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like. That's right, she just happened to find the body. I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. Yeah. And that is what I told the police who came in response to my call. I see. So Pierce was the one who reported it to the police, huh? Hey Nick, what are you doing here? What are you doing here, Larry? Oh man, Edgy gave me a heck of a hard time. Larry, what are you doing here? I came to promote my new character, Q Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of tie-in with me for it. Wow, I didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You could learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you promote your agency to them? Now is not exactly the time for that, in case you haven't noticed. See, and this is why you'll never be rich. Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there on the Flying Chapel yesterday, right? Huh? Was I? What were you doing there? Nothing. Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of, but never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with, you weren't involved in the case, were you? Larry? Hey, took off! I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Oh, I forgot about that line. Come on, Maya, after him. Oh, are you leaving so soon? We, have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please try to spare the family's feelings as you do. Yes, of course. Where did that come from? I was done, right? Yeah, okay, I'm done. Is that where he is? It smells the butts. Smells like butts. There he is. Hey, Larry. Hey there, friend. Fancy meeting you here. There's nothing fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration from a new picture book hit me, and I had to run is all. Hello, Monica. What's a crack-a-lackin', homie? Is what you should have said. But that's okay. I'm good, thank you. How about you? It was like a cupiphany, you dig? Right. He's just going to keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick? Ow. Shall I present him some stuff? Actually, is he in the photo of the crime scene? He should have been sitting at that table normally. That might have been the table right next to it, I guess. Do you know her? Wow! Who is she? Who is this lovely vision? Larry. This is Soren's older sister. She died in a car accident. No! How could such a beautiful flame have been snuffed out like that? If she were alive today, I bet I could have made her happy. That's funny. I thought you were in love with Ellen. Don't get me wrong, Nick. I just want to make all the pretty ladies of this world happy, that's all. I think you're the one getting it wrong. Alright. And how about this one? Do you really think you could prove Ellie's innocence with that? If I knew, I wouldn't need to conduct an investigation, now would I? Now look at the evidence, Larry. Can you tell me anything about it? Nope, sorry, can't think of a thing. Good thing I had low expectations from the start then. You forgot about Larry. Yeah, this case is, apart from Gumshoe, it's like all the usual suspects are back, or something. There's Edgeworth. Prosecute him the case. He's involved somehow. He's always after women. That hasn't changed. Really? Never liked him? Yeah, he's such a troublemaker. And an inveterate womanizer to boot, so yeah. What you saw on the airship. Come on, Larry. I know you were on that airship, so what did you see? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship. I have proof of that. I have proof you were there. I'd rather have had Gumshoe back. If I had to choose, yes, I would have preferred that too. He's a lot more fun. Him is just annoying. You say something? The spiritual power of this Magatama allows me to see these mystical locks that appear when someone is trying to hide something from me. They're called Psyche locks, and when I see them, I simply tap the Magatama to try my hand at breaking them. If I can unlock them, I'm sure to finally get a straight answer out of him. I wouldn't be so sure. Yeah, true, I had to give him this back, I guess. Wait a second. Back. Present. I found this in the reception hall. Say, that's a pretty stylish wallet, ain't it? Have you ever seen it before? Nope. I'll take that as a yes. Which means he must be trying to hide something from me. I don't know anything about that wallet. I'll just have to take him to task later. Okay. Take him to task. Talk. Magatama. Well, Larry is hiding. This is no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, Nick, you got it all wrong. I got nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Oh, come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? If you weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person.
Take that!
Apart from her, I don't see who else. You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place, and all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. If you have to lie, at least do a better job of it. Okay, one gone. Don't diss me, Nick! If you're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof, if you got any. Your wallet was found at the scene of the crime. Doubling down, are you? Fine. You want proof, Larry? Here's proof that you were on that airship. There's your face on it.
Take that!
Loris Donim, or whatever it is. This is your business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the reception hall. It's got your Loris Donim face, persona face on it. Time to come clean, Larry Butts. What exactly are you hiding? Alright, fine, you got me. I'll tell you everything. It's a good thing he's easy. What you saw on the airship. Alright, Ellen Wyatt. Her English name may be a play on All in White, referring to her white wedding dress. This is from the Ace Attorney Wiki, since all it says in the court record is TBD. Ah, okay. Thank you, Monica. Is this a case you played, by the way? Because if you played it on 3DS, did you get the DLC with it? Or is that one that you have not seen? Or maybe watched someone else play? I don't know. Larry, what were you doing on that airship anyway? Well, I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. Huh, I didn't know you took on real jobs like that too. Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the net. And that's how you met Ellen? Uh-huh. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo for the welcome sign, but seeing her in person, the way she smiled at me and said thank you, I felt like I'd been hit by lightning. And that's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception. I believe I have it, but I don't think I actually played it, to be honest. But I've seen someone play it, but it's been years by now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's not exactly a recent game indeed. Although now that it's being re-released, there may be more people playing it in a while, I guess. In a few months from now. Smart move on their part, I'd say. I got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must be when I dropped my business car wallet. So somebody else must have found it. Yeah, because it was on one of the reception tables, yeah. Brought it to the reception hall then. But you know what? I saw something incredible while I was on that flying chapel. Like... Get a load of this. What the heck is this? I feel like I've seen that shape elsewhere before. It's on that sign, I think. The broken sign outside the ship. What the heck is this? What do you mean, what is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing. I sketched a picture of one of the cabins on the airship. So what's so incredible about a cabin? Look at what was outside the window. It's one of those flying dinosaurs, a real-life pterodactyl. I suppose you could mistake it for that, yeah. I looked out the cabin window and there it was, just flying out there. That airship, it's right there on the sign, no? Isn't that the same shape? Sort of? Or maybe not, I'm not sure. I don't know, maybe not. Could just well be Ace Attorney becomes quite popular for a while. I think it's good that the entire franchise will be available on one system, and I will be quite glad to own all of the games physically on the same system, especially if you can still play them for the years to come on the next Switch. If it's backwards compatible, that would be nice. That airship traveled through time, I tell you. What? When I told that Piers Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. But why would he try to keep you from spouting what is clearly just nonsense? Yep, it would be really nice. Maybe Sprocket Aviation is secretly developing a time machine. No way! Nick, this case is totally amazing! Larry, you didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you? Of course not. Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I didn't even tell him I was wandering around the airship. Told him I met Ellie at the mooring dock and we ran away together. Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right out of his head as he heard about this. Larry's drawing added to the court record. So Larry also experienced a time slip somehow. But how is that possible? Hey, Nick. I'll be taking my card wallet back now if you don't mind. Oh yeah, this is for you. What is it? How does he have a... Or was that during the preparation? No, wait, this is not the reception room, I guess. That looks like a different room altogether, no? I don't know, I'm not sure. I don't recognize the place anyway. It's a picture of the hold. I only had to read the description. I took it when I was wandering around on the airship. See, there's Ellie right there in the middle. The hold. Yeah, see, it's right here on the diagram. Okay, so now I know where the hold is, but what was Ellen doing there? Well, they were using it as a prepping area for the reception. I see. And around when did you take this? Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. So this was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it'll be of any help, but thanks for this anyway. Shall we go check the hold too? By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how did you get in there? That's a trade secret, can't tell ya. And the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess that's basically a wrap on the investigation. Okay, not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen too. Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center. Then so you can say hi. Yeah, it's Edgeworth prosecuting the case. It's Maya and and Phoenix investigating. Larry is involved. It looks like a case from the first game. It's just the gumshoe missing. Sad. Too bad. Detention center. September 21st. Detention center. Visitors room. No, why? Please understand that this is in Master Soren's best interest. Sounds like Ellen's busy talking with someone. Ellen is a lot of fun to interrogate, though, because she has funny transformations. The next president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Procket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us. Pardon us? If it isn't Mr. Wright, so their marriage is definitely off? There is no other choice. We cannot have a criminal in the family. She is not a criminal. She is innocent. For the sake of Master Soren and the Sprocket family, this is what is best. But I wonder how he could spare any second for any romantic interests when you see him always off in his own little world like this. No. In that case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right? I suppose you are right, but I'm afraid that would be impossible. Don't be so sure. That's not true. Not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things. Thanks for the nobody part. I don't take cases on lightly, so rest assured I will prove her innocence. So I look like a nobody, huh? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world. For better or for worse. Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Soren and Ellen's marriage. Very well. But not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. And the reality is Miss Ellen is guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt. I believe that's where you're wrong, Pierce. I'm clean! I swear I am! She is funny. You can't take that away from her. Obsessively, compulsively clean. Just as clean and pure as this pure white dress. Fine, you have my word, but you will be the one to regret this promise. Now, if you'll excuse me. Now I have all the more reason to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation and we'd like to talk with you about what we found. Okay, so what did you find out? I like your transformations. Okay. First of all, what do you have to say about this? Oh! What's wrong? I just remembered our reception. We were supposed to be so happy together. Oh, where did it all go wrong? I can't blame her for being upset. Why did this have to happen to me? She reminds me a little bit of Sailor Moon when she makes that face. Ellen, please try to calm down, okay? All right. Oh, the running makeup. Well, she stopped crying, but how can I ask her about anything when she's still so clearly distraught? She's gonna react the same to everything? Yeah, she's just gonna keep saying the same thing. Okay. Blowing your nose in your veil, though. Well, she stopped crying, but how can I ask her, etc., etc., etc.? Let's try talking, I guess. Investigation results. In the course of our investigation, we heard that you had been seen standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands. And here we go again. What's it gonna be this time? Ah, the frying pan again. It wasn't what it looked like. It's true, I was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked, and I was hoping I could go back in time again like I had done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking. You were so desperate you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution. No, and as for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws could confirm your story, I'm afraid. I see. The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something. Really? What did he see? Can I show her the picture, maybe? Will she be more receptive to it now? Soren Sprocket, Japanese name being Raito Aguruma. English, from soaring and sprocket. Japanese, Raito comes from Wright, as in Wright brothers, and light to match his sister. Okay. Aguruma means gear. Okay. What's his sister's name again? I forgot. She should be in there, right? Yeah. Selena. Okay. Selena, that's for the moon, I guess. Thought it was an interesting fact. Thank you, Monica, for sharing these with me. Thank you. And I guess Selena, that must be something to do with the moon. And rocket. I guess. A rocket to the moon. Oh yeah, I had to show her something. What can you tell me about this? She's not gonna react to that. Never mind that. What about Soren? Oh, Soren. Do you suppose he hates me now? I really couldn't say. He's not exactly an open book. Oh, what if he doesn't love me anymore because of all this? Whatever shall I... Oh no, she's going to start crying again. I really don't think he hates you, Ellen. You don't? Really? Yes, really. Probably. So don't cry, you'll only cause him more heartache if you do. Yes, you're right. Impressive. As a Sprocket bride, I have to hold my head up high at all times. I'd better really watch what I say around Ellen. Her English given name may come from the Greek word selas, meaning light. Okay. Because the word selen something is a synonym for moon in general. But yeah, if in this case it's light for... so that there's a correlation between the two. That might be in Latin, that Selena is for the moon or something. No, it is a word of Greek origin, meaning the moon. Selena. Okay, well. Photo of Hold. Stealthily taken by Larry. Ellen can be seen near the center. Okay, go back. Keep asking question. Her Japanese name is Hikari. Yeah, it would make more sense that way then, yeah. Hikari indeed means light. Yeah, true. And so you were saying is Laito in Japanese. Okay, yeah. Okay. And also the Wright brothers, yeah. Okay, understood. Interesting. Okay. Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. This! He claims he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the airship. What? Not only that, but apparently Pierce Nickety told Larry to keep quiet about it. She had another one. Why would Pierce do such a thing? Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something in secret. A time machine to be exact. Do you think that's why nobody would confirm my story? Because it's a secret? I really don't know. But speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your keycard at Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you. Oh, thank goodness. I lost it while I was getting things ready for the reception. I'd looked everywhere for it. I will wait with other names till later because one I don't know if you have met yet, and other might be a spoiler. I haven't really met many people yet. I've met the Sprocket guy, I guess, Soren Sprocket. I met the butler. Nicody something. Don't know. And other than that, it's only been characters from past games, so... I'm so glad you found it. At least there are tears of joy this time for a change. Well, Nick, it looks like you'll have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow. That's right, I swear that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling back through time. Great, with Stodgy, Skeptic Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow. We're really gonna have our work cut out for us. Well, to be continued, we got through a chapter. Special episode, Turnabout Time Traveler. Apparently the DLC on 3DS includes 2 short stories, but I don't seem to have them on Android. I looked, unless they unlock after this, but I couldn't find them in the menus. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown. And I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Oh, Soren. Ah, there he is. 2 short stories, I haven't heard of that before. They're called... I had the name here before. Well, I don't know if they're short stories, but they're named something special. Hold on. Phoenix Wright, a Cyanine Attorney, and Apollo Justice, a Cyanine Attorney. Don't know what these are supposed to be. Who died again? Someone who was apparently trying to kill Ellen. A guy called, oh, well, I would have to look at his name again. Okay, excuse me. I'm getting confused with all these different windows and screens. Okay, there we go. The guy who died is Dumas Gloomsbury. The victim and lead servant of the Sprocket family household. The other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom. Well, he doesn't look very nice. He's got that look on his face. I don't know. Although I guess this guy has the face of someone who could transform into a bad guy at a moment's notice. I don't know. He's a bit too good looking to be just a perfectly normal, nice person. Dumas Gloomsbury. Dumas, I don't know. Like the French author. I don't know. Who wrote the Three Musketeers? I don't know. I will come with some info on Dumas in a second. Okie dokie. Thank you. Do you think he came to see how he's holding up? Soren, my love, you came all the way to the courthouse just to see me. Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say. Blueprints. What? Huh? The engine blueprints, I can't find them. Do you know where they are? That's all he has to say. Jeez, I feel bad for her. Oh, they're in your room. 3rd shelf from the bottom on the right-hand side. Ah, I see. Not even a thank you! He's leaving already? Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. He's really that cold of a person, or is that just how he comes off, I wonder? Dumas Gloomsbury Seiji Yonekura is Japanese name, and Nekura means gloomy or dark. Which is fitting of his physical appearance and what little is given regarding his personality. It also contrasts with Soren and Selena's Japanese given names, both of which mean light. His full English name is a play on Doom and Gloom. Dumas Gloomsbury, I guess. Referring to his dour appearance and his nickname among the other servants, as well as referencing his Japanese name. Okay. Thank you. Alan. He's back. Come home soon. I'm lost without you. I think he's shaking a little. It could also be that he is lost. It could also be that he is lost because he can't... He needs her help like a servant or something. I don't know, it could be interpreted more than one way. Later. Okay. Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capturing a woman's heart. You should take notes on this, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Yeah, taking notes. Anyway, it looks like Soren isn't big on words. But it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty, you hear? Don't worry, I'm going to do everything I can to prove your innocence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. The trial is about to start, sir. Yeah, I guess so. I don't think he knows how to show emotions very well. That might just be what it is, yeah, I suppose. He seems like he's always so absorbed by everything he does that it's kind of hard to show his emotions, I guess. Knowing him, he's not going to yield an inch. So I've just got to fight with everything I've got and save Ellen. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. All in Wyatt. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. Yeah, it does feel that way. It makes me want to go out for dinner and a drink and reminisce with all of you. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. I also think he is genuinely a very lost and confused person who finds having her around pleasant, as she knows where everything is and he likes her. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a very plausible scenario indeed. Indeed. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away. We could make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth? I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Ho ho, still not one for a light-hearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law. Guess we'll just have to have the party without him then. However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party. I certainly wouldn't mind an invite at the very least. He's still as emotionally constipated as ever, I see. When he is in a court of law, anyway. Edgeworth! I've missed seeing him on that side. Yeah, it's true, it's been a while. It will be good. It's gonna be a good one, I feel. Although the last one is probably gonna be hard to top, I think. Because it was very interesting. The victim was Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant in the Sprocket household. He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity toward Helen Wyatt, and so, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m. he assaulted Miss Wyatt with the intent to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Gloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, then the defendant might not be criminally responsible. He's right, worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense to avoid a criminal charge. I wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though. The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. I guess we're about to find out. Very well, bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Speaking of people who can't show emotions... Who? Ah, Edgeworth, you mean? Looking at you, Edgeworth. Yeah. Please state your name and occupation, witness. Emma Skye, forensic investigator. And I'd just like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor. Oh, that's right, you're a fan of Edgeworth, aren't you, Emma? We're good friends and all, Mr. Wright. But just this once I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. Ow! My legs. And I do mean that wholeheartedly. I expect no less from you. Yes, sir, I'm going to do my very best. Looks like you lost the popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick. Man, I really could care less, besides. She'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial. Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less. Now, Detective Skye, if you please. Witness testimony. Rundown of the case. Ah, right, her sister was also a prosecutor. Yes, indeed, yeah. She was in the extra case that was added to the first game when it came out on the DS. I think? Or was it in the later game that she was being prosecuted? Was it in Apollo Justice? Or, no, that case was also quite something. Which case was it? Hold on a minute. Which game was that in? Lana Skye, yeah. The Bruce Goodman murder case. Which game was that in? Well, Emma was introduced in that case, but I can't remember if it's in that one that that she was a defendant. Why is it so difficult for them to say which case that's from? What if it's the one that's in the garage of the prosecutor's office? Then yeah, I think it's in the first game indeed. She was just a kid after all. In Apollo Justice, she was already an adult, I believe. Yeah, that seems to be true, yeah. I mean, she was playing around with the forensics kits and stuff like that already, but she wasn't a full-fledged student of the forensic sciences, I guess. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. The victim was hit with it from behind and he fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way. He was struck twice? That's right, there is no mistake about it. The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious, yet despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendants delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head. Which means, what exactly? I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way, by striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing. She did, but how, Mr. Edgeworth? Because he was already not a threat anymore after the first strike, but she kept striking. The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked, but, however, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to a man who was already fully unconscious. Nick, is he saying what I think he is? I don't feel so well. And thus, Mr. Wright has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. She wanted to in forensics as an adult, and that's why it was so nice to see her in Apollo Justice, all grown up and in the field she had always wanted to be in. Although she was still studying, I think, at the time, because it's only in this one, I think, that she says for the first time that she has finally got her diploma or something. I'm not sure. I think she's in Apollo Justice, she's still studying it. But at least she's working towards her dream, so to speak. Which is nice indeed to see. Allow me to belatedly submit the victim's autopsy report. Or like she's a trainee maybe in Apollo Justice or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. So that's why he was acting all smug. I think she's something like a trainee or something in Apollo Justice. But not full-fledged forensics officer or something like that. Anyway, so that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual. When is he not smug? It's fine, right? It's not like we were going to plead self-defense anyway, right? Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Alan. He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but it definitely hasn't lost his touch. Autopsy report added to the court record. I should do an Ace Attorney gameplay marathon and play through everything. That's... Yeah, that takes a lot of time, though, I think. I mean, one game is long enough to sit through, I find. But, yeah, doing a marathon of all of them, yeah, that would take quite some time. Okay, you may begin your cross-examination. There are quite a few games, that's the thing. 6 mainline games, plus the 2 Great Ace Attorney games, and then if you want to be complete, you would do the Layton and Phoenix Wright spin-off, so yeah. Rundown of the case. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. Touchscreen. He fell over right into the lantern. From behind. And then I guess if he has blood on his hand, that means after the first blow and he started bleeding, he was not unconscious, right?
Objection!
Detective Sky, I'm afraid I have to apologize in advance. For what? For embarrassing you in front of your idol. What do you mean? If you take a look at this photo of the crime scene, you'll see that the victim is lying on his back. But if the victim had been hit from behind as he claimed, then he should have fallen over into the lantern face down. It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it's Mr. Edgeworth. There does appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky's testimony. Hold it! Mr. Wright, if you think I'm going to just back right down, then you're sadly mistaken. It will take time, but I'll just have to do it. if you really feel like doing it, then you should totally do it. But just saying, it's something that you would be into like for quite a long time then. I know that it's something that I would have a hard time to do, is all I'm saying. Emma is unusually fired up today. Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I'd want to do my absolute best too. Listen, Mr. Wright. It's entirely possible that the defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right? Indeed, that was an excellent counter-argument, Detective. You can count on me, sir. So, what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? It will be pretty fun going back, seeing everything again. Oh, I'm sure it would be, yeah. I would find it fun too. It's just justifying doing it again, that would be a bit tough because I have so many other games to play that I am also excited about playing. Let's see, it's not possible. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death. Oh, really? And what makes you so sure? It's all the broken bits on him. One look at this here and it should become obvious. This?
Take that!
Those broken bits of the lantern? Yes, if the body had been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off of it. But as you can clearly see, they are lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means that the victim must have been lying face up from before the lantern even broke. You're right! But wait a minute, if that's true, then when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right? Right, which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. If the victim was already dead before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts that the victim was killed before the wedding reception. What? In short, when Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims.
Objection!
Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred, changes nothing with regard to her guilt. She could have killed the victim before the reception as he claimed, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event ended. Don't we have an autopsy report with the time of death? No, we don't. Okay, sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario? That's... Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this has opened up a new possibility. Do explain, Mr. Wright. Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone somewhere put the victim's body into the lantern. I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have put itself in there, yeah. Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, if the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that if the body was hidden inside the lantern, then it's possible that the body was moved along with it from somewhere else. Ooh, you're right. You You can run that mouth of yours all you want. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright? The fact that there are two lanterns the same type when there was supposed to be a Pega-moo, no, a Pega-cow and a Pega-bull. As weird as it sounds to say. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence and in something that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim was really killed. Very well, Mr. Wright, in that case, what proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else? Yeah, but I have to prove from where. Hold on then. Because these things, I've seen them somewhere in one of the other photos. No, it wasn't this one. I just saw it. Wait. This one here, yeah. These petals. He may have been in one of these, I guess. There's the Pega-bull and the Pega-cow, I guess. Yeah, hold on.
Take that!
The photo of the victim again? Yes. I'd like the court to focus on this thing right here. Yeah, like this one, for example.
Take that!
Flower petals, Mr. Wright. I thought they were fake ones, actually, like paper made or something. These petals are from a kind of flower that were not present in the reception hall. This means they must have gotten into the lantern when it was somewhere else. And just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright? The hold. There's the autopsy report, okay. Oh, that's quite the large estimation. 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. But anyway, this is what I have to present at the moment. Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the hold. Notice how their petals are of the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo? Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower. Is that really all you've got? A flower is a flower is a flower. They're all the same. I would hardly call what you presented compelling evidence. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young. So I can assure you that this is very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. But, Your Honor, you don't want to argue with him on that one. Let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give any to after all. Boom! Oh, that was a blow. Maybe you should study up on them, just in case the opportunity presents itself. This from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. Anyway. Ooh, the blow! The defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in the hold. If the body was then placed in the lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason, it would completely destroy the prosecution's case. Then you mean the body was... The victim's body was inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love. What?
Objection!
Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me. What are you talking about now? Take another look at all of the evidence and you'll soon see what I mean. I wish you would just tell me already. Detective Sky, I'm sure you've already figured out what I'm talking about, correct? Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to be Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, let's see what you can do. Detective Sky, please give your testimony to this court. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. It's clear Mr. Gloomsbury was killed after the reception. And that completely contradicts your claim. I guess so. Tell me you took at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics? Sure, though I must say, you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your pardon? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he is underestimating me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination. Very well, let's put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright. The prosecution's rebuttal. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. Yeah, touchscreen. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception, and that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. Not if ice was used. Hold on a minute. It utilizes dry ice to emit a large amount of thick fog-like vapor.
Objection!
What do you think of that? I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory. Estimated. Finally, and that means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception is still entirely plausible. Huh? What makes you think that? The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Please take a look at this. And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright? It's a fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall. And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death. Your phone is dying. You'll have to leave for now, but we'll be back later. Okay, Monica. Take care of yourself. Have a good one until then. And hope to see you later. Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic. Dry ice? Yes, the super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog, right? I see, so your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold. Oh, in that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception. Order! Order in this court! Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development? That the victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception? The prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim. Now we're getting somewhere. The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright. For what? Because she was in the hold? For what? I didn't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case, but now thanks to you, I do. What piece of evidence? He has the picture from Larry, too? This? To get into the hold, one needs a key card like this one. And here we have a record of those... a record, I think you say. Yeah, of those who entered the hold with such key cards. The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder. And as you can see, the last person to enter the hold that day was the defendant. What? So the one who moved the body out of the hold must have been... That's right, it was none other than the defendant. Hold entry record. I don't know how to pronounce that one. Depending on the meaning of the word. Added to the court record, I guess. Hey Nick, take a look at this entry record. However it's pronounced, anyway. There are a couple of other names on here besides Ellen. Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Pierce Nickety has also gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been the culprit? Sorry, but Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact if you'd like. Think me cocky old you'd like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Now that it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body to the hold in order to dispose of it discreetly. What do you mean by discreetly? The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception's cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Miss Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright. For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I see. Gah! Look at you, sweating buckets like a rookie even after all these years. Nevertheless, thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is... Ellen Wyatt. Ah! Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one. Huh. Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help in reviewing defense for dummies. Way to go, sir. You got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat. I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to court today. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as his chief prosecutor just melt away. I guess he had a lot of stress built up. I'll give him something to stress over before we're through today. Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time. Before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs. I see, Mr. Wright. Are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court? It would have been possible for someone to get in there without a key card, though. Think of Larry, for example. Why does he... Okay, Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there. I will. Well, alright then. Let's see. I've got it. How do you know it was Miss Wyatt who used her key card? After all, it turns out that somebody else used her card. It would mean Miss Wyatt didn't do it. Interesting. And are you able to prove this bluff to be true? I assure you I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Well, now what? Wait a minute, Nick. I can't think of a certain somebody who might have used Ellen's key card. They mean to say that you would have used a key card then, in her stead. You can? Remember, the one who was sneaking around the hold in spite of not being a family member. Oh, that's right. But she was in the hold, though. She's in the picture. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered the hold with Miss Wyatt's card.
Take that!
That's your witness? Are you saying that that numbskull was on the airship? He never breathed a word about that to me. That's not surprising because Mr. Nickety told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the Flying Chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave to me is proof. Then was it he who moved the lantern with the body inside the reception hall? You know as well as I that with him anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into. I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up in this? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Exactly. Grr, that Larry, he'll pay for this. What if you want to extract your payment now? He's right up there in the gallery. Yikes! Bailiff, seize the witness before he makes a run for it. No! Why does this stuff always happen to me? Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself. Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepare for the next witness's testimony during this time. I'll get a snackoos of my own in the meantime. I need a snackoo. Hold on a second. Yeah, let's get through this. I'll leave you with some music. Okay, excuse me, I'm here. Wow, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. My, controller. A face-off against Mr. Edgeworth, a harrowing tightrope walk for the defense. Phew, I'm exhausted already. Boss! Ah, there she is. I'm here for moral support. Athena, are you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sorta ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true, which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at full speed. Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Huh? Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene. No! Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run away! Hey, you're not getting off that easily. They get along so well, don't they? That's what you got from that? It reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearly. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget him. Where is he? we need him. We had all kinds of fun at the crime scenes back then, remember? Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right, thank you. So Larry's the next witness, right? I can't wait to see what happens. Sadly, I can already imagine it. Yeah. Okay, excuse me. Court will now reconvene. Excuse me. There we go. Court will now reconvene. Nick, Edgy! The two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us. Just Mr. Wright. Nick! How could you? I don't really think he did it, of course, but I've got to use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there's a possibility you moved the lantern that had the dead Bonnie in it. So if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Now then, your testimony, please, witness. Nick is a jerk face. Okay. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk! How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. Great testimony. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum. Can't any of you show me a little respect, even just a shred? You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would, if there were any testimony to cross-examine. Nick is a jerk face.
Hold it!
Come on, Larry, can't you please give me something real to work with? Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection and a super smug look on your face. Yeah, well, that is my job. Yeah, that's what it all boils down to, I guess. Throwing your finger, yelling objection, and having a smug smile on your face. That's what all your lawyers do. That's the job in its simplest form, I guess. And if I get found guilty, how are you going to take responsibility for what you've done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You heartless jerk! Don't you have any compassion for me? About that. Excuse me. Okay. Gotta hit the spot. Don't you have any compassion for me? How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school.
Hold it!
What's that? Got that. What's that have to do with anything? I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss Wyatt that entered the hole with that card, then you're the most likely suspect. Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your old childhood friend? Well, technically yes, but it isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick! Nick! You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine, in that case. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. Larry, listen to me. Shut up! I'm not talking to you anymore. This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Wyatt will be found guilty. For real? If no new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real. Not that I would have a problem with that myself. Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall? I never moved any bull lantern, I tell ya. Bull lantern. What? Did I say something weird? You told me that you didn't attend the wedding reception. Can you believe that they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Yeah, so what? Excuse me, No. Excuse me. I want to answer this message. Okay, excuse me. Oh, come on. Okay. And then... Okay, excuse me. Yeah, so what? Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. The sex. So how could you know that it was a bull lantern? You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone could tell there were 2 Pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. No. All I can tell right now is that there's a strong scent of bull in the air in here. Cock and bull? Please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Anyone could tell there were 2 Pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. No, peg a bull and peg a cow. The only way you would have known is if you were on the premises.
Objection!
I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because, unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a peg-a-cow and a peg-a-bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Huh? But on that day, instead of putting a peg-a-cow and peg-a-bull out for the bride and groom, there were 2 male peg-a-bulls on display. Nyeh. Yet somehow you knew there were 2 peg-a-bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you'd know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the peg-a-bull to the reception hall, wasn't it? Ah! No! Larry, you didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? That's what it looks like. What? Hold it. Wait, Nick. You don't think I'm the murderer, do ya? Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt and you ended up killing him. Maya, not you too. Look, I did sneak into the reception, but that's as far as it went. You know me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure, but some of the Sprocket men caught and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. But that's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Ixnay on the aerodactyl's tay, Larry. Mr. Wright, not even you would take this far as that far, would you? We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Da-na-na-na. Ah, damn it. We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? No, of course not. How would I even start to prove that? Not a chance. Okay. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. Yeah, no motive whatsoever. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and tried to elope with her. Just because I tried to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer. Doesn't paint a pretty picture, though. I believe you, Larry, and I don't think you killed anybody either. You would never do anything like that. Nick, old buddy, old pal, I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now that we were through. Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth. Understood? Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. But took a lantern to the hold and brought another one back. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. So I decided to do Ellie a favor. Okay. Yeah, but she could have planted it then. That's all that's gonna prove. So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? Then that means the victim really was killed before the reception. The lantern in which the victim's body was found, Larry wheeled it from the hold to the reception hall before the reception began. Okay. Yeah, he's all smug. It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Yeah, he's gonna say it was a scheme. Obviously. Scheme? What scheme? This note from the defendant exchanged with the one in the hold, Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note. And thus he has become a suspect in Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy, but I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. What was a note like that doing on the lantern in the first place? You got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful.
Objection!
What a sorry excuse, Miss Wyatt. The prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, Edgy, I don't believe it. Do you still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course, my stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said. I'm the one who moved the lantern. Okay. Touchscreen. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. By the way, if we have that note, is it written in the same... No, not that. Is it written in the same handwriting? Oh, we don't have it? Well, it may be the same handwriting.
Hold it!
Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns? Nope, I didn't get caught. Not that time anyway. Not that time. What he was captured later. Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time. I didn't have as much luck. Those Sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help. And then they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is that statement of his important to the case? I think it's important. Mr. Butt's trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in a cabin. I believe these might be important facts in this case, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony. tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin. Wait a minute.
Hold it!
So you got locked up, then what happened? I broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt? But hold on a minute. What is it, Nick? Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry is saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. That's right. Oh, wait. Huh? You're right. It doesn't make much sense, does it? Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency with the witness's statement? I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts it with this.
Take that!
Is that? Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. What? Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in a cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? He doesn't know. Which was it, before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts, I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? I don't like where this is going. Then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound, and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. So it was both before the reception and after the reception. Get it? Larry, what are you doing? We went back in time to before the reception. So of course the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why what I said makes perfect sense. But if there was no time travel, there may have been two receptions actually, no? And maybe she thinks for real that she traveled through time when she didn't. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since I saw him last? Well, none of the sprockets seem to remember this time skip, but I do. And Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen. Oh yeah. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? So now I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing. Go on, Nick. I know you can do it. Looks like you don't have much choice, Nick. To heck with it. I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. The defendant, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so, time apparently rewound itself to just before the reception began. If it what? I know it's hard to believe, but think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What?
Objection!
What absolute rubbish. Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind?
Objection!
But this is simply the conclusion I came to, using that logic ability you love so much. What? The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if that's one of Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions? A time machine? Yeah, I even saw something while we were trying time traveling. I saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for their honeymoon trip. What? A pterodactyl?
Objection!
You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. Well, hold on. As I thought. There's something I've been wondering about. Okay. This one looks like the one she had at home. Yeah. But when she was in the detention center, it was white. No? Here I can't see anything. Hold on. Didn't I have another photo? I don't? Wait. Well, no, it's not in this one. That's a shame. Yeah, and it's not in here either, is it? Okay. As I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry. Not so fast now, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. Oh? You want evidence? I got your evidence right here. This is a photo I secretly took of the first reception. What? What? Larry, I can't believe you withheld evidence. Well, anyway, good job. If we compare the photos of the first and second receptions and can find a difference, then we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice. That doesn't prove time travel in and of itself, but... But do you really think such a difference exists? Yes, Your Honor, I just need some time to find it for you. This is preposterous. Very well, please show the court what's different then. This is proof positive that the wedding reception was held twice. The bouquet is red here. How is that?
Take that!
Please direct your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo of one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she is holding a red bouquet. You're right. That's impossible. What does this mean? One of the photos may have been from a rehearsal. But no. It means that the defendant really did experience 2 wedding receptions. And she did that when she traveled back through time. What? Nick, you did it. You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true. Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. It's just as Ellen said, the reception was held twice. This turns every assumption we've based this trial on upside down.
Objection!
Objection. I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There is simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth? I bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling "that never happened" every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from movie dates altogether. That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. But the proof is clearly shown in the 2 photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how inexplicable... Fine, I'll entertain your absurd delusion. If only to demolish it before your very eyes. What? Let's start with this then, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has even mentioned such a thing. That's because the time machine is classified technology. I'm not done, you bird brain. Bird brain? As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too? That's a good point. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do we know that the trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photos that it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to go back to the days of my youth. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. I've read about it in various literature, you see. And they all say that time travel is not logically feasible. Maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick. Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me? The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. It's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? If time travel doesn't exist, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is... well, everyone else at the reception. What if all of the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, I don't know. Who's clapping? Ha ha ha, a brilliant deduction defense. Oh. I can tell that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nickety? You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all to the light of day. Then, that means... it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice. But not because of time travel. No, we simply held it a second time. What? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. How is that possible? Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who'd killed Gloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed, they needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and do it they did. That is the Sprocket way. Then who hit the body and the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There is just one thing everyone here is wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold, it was the Vista deck. What? Then Miss Wyatt's recollection of the events must be correct. I admit we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Gloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite a turn of events. Excuse me, there's something I need to check real quick. Okay. Okay. Let's continue. So it appears we have arrived at the truth at last. Now. Please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on. Let's not get hasty, Miss Edgeworth. I bet I can't either. Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. Boom, 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 boom. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is the true culprit. You still want us to believe the defendant's words? Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. This third-person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it. But by the same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. You never know when to quit, do you? Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Very well, Your Honor. Phew, that was close. Mr. Nickety, as for you and your cohort's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned. Only adjourned. To be continued. September 22nd, 1:48 p.m. Write Anything Agency. What? So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception? Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick to it. Wow, 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? I wonder how much that must have cost them. I have no idea. But if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you've got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up, if you ask me. You got that right. I'm sure I would have been completely fooled. Hi, I'm back. Hey, Maya. Are you all set to go? Yep. Ready when you are. So what should we start with? Let's start with reviewing what we learned at the trial. What Ellen thought was time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us was actually all true. So what really matters right now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said she saw while she was being attacked. So who is this mystery person? That's the $1,000,000 question, I'm afraid. But if we want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is key. I think I'll take toilets for $200 instead, Mr. Wright. What? Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night, and we know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up plot was, so that's good. You mean the groom, Soren Sprocket, right? Exactly. He might know something that could help us out. Well, assuming he's willing to talk anyway. Okay. So then what am I doing here? I am a very busy man, you know. Well, all of the other people involved are Soren's family members, so I thought I'd better start by interviewing you. Even if I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth. Aw, man, I have a really tight schedule, but oh heck, what are friends for, right? Okay, pal, go ahead, ask me anything. You do remember it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? Where's the picture he submitted as evidence earlier? I don't have it. Where is it? He showed it to us, but now... What are you showing me that for? Is this an interrogation? Okay, sure, I snuck onto the airship and was wandering around it all by my lonesome. But you gotta believe me, I didn't kill anybody. And why were you sneaking around on that airship in the first place? Because it was fate? Yeah, that's it. I was just following my destiny. That's all I've ever done. Oh, come on, Larry. Are you seriously going to blame all the trouble you've ever caused on fate? the incident. I want to go over exactly what happens before I step outside the office again. Since you were there, Larry, do you think you could help me get it all straight in my head? If I gotta. Okay, so the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? But you couldn't. Oh yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in a cabin. It was awful, I tell you. Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred after this first reception at around 10 p.m. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Gloomsbury. No, that's not what the other guy said. He forced her out onto the Vista deck. Ah, okay, yeah. And was just about to kill her. But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury, it said. Okay. To cover it up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy is claiming anyway. But I know my Ellie didn't do it. The key point here is the mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Gloomsbury just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious skulking around that day? Nope, not a soul. Because I was locked up in a cabin at the time. But you managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope, the place was completely deserted. I guess because that Pierce Butler guy had everybody gathered together somewhere. That makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. So clearly the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. They must have gotten everything ready fast and had the second reception soon after that. Then after that second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body in the lantern I'd brought up. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened. We still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself. We'll just have to look into it along with the identity of that mystery weapon. Person. What am I saying? So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in a cabin. Did you see anything unusual while you were in there? In the cabin, let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual. Oh, right. That drawing of that pterodactyl you saw. I still think it might be a piece of the panel that was broken. But I can't quite prove it. You may need to rotate it another way to draw a perfect comparison. That drawing of that pterodactyl you saw. What's with all the air quotes? I really did see it, I swear. But Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened, which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky. There was wind and a piece of the panel was flying. Are you doubting the eye of a super popular picture book author? No, I'm just sure you saw something else and mistook that for a flying reptile. Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder. That's right, and I can say that with every confidence. Oh wow, would you look at the time? I'd better go. I have a book signing to get to. A book signing? Whose book? Whose do you think? It's mine, of course. It's a Laurice Donim book signing. I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not. They're the ones coming around to beg me. Looks like I guess right. Anyway, I have to go. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, alright? 10? That's very generous of you. What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. Just put them down as office expenses or something. Well, see ya. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, Larry, we don't need... Ah, he's gone. I'll take a copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed. Oh boy, Tracy's not gonna like this office expense. There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick? Right, we should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen? Sounds good, boss. I bet I can cheer her up. I thought you were going to help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena. Weren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall. On me? Really? Trucy's show is an important source of income for our agency, you know? You can leave the case to us, so you go ahead and run along now. But boss... Off you go, Athena. No, I don't want to die. We'd better get going too, Maya. Okay. Ba-na-na, ba-na-na-ba. Oh man, that music. Any ideas? Why the long face, Maya? I can't believe time travel isn't real after all. I see. I thought I'd get to go back in time and see real dinosaurs and ninjas and stuff. Yeah, too bad, huh? I couldn't be more relieved, personally. So, what should we do? Oh, I don't know. I mean, shouldn't we just keep investigating stuff or something? She's really lost that spark. Ever since I proved that time traveling wasn't real in court today. Bow, wow, 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 wow. I'd like to have a look at that thing again. It looks like it could be. If you look at it upside down. That's the pterodactyl. The little island there is the eye you see in the drawing. Where is it? You've got the little island that's right there, and if you flip it... Yeah, that's it. That was a piece of the panel. I was right. I thought the shape was familiar. That would be wing, tail. This is the beak. And this here, the little island, is the eye. I think we need to examine this again, no? Or they're not going to come to that conclusion now. Nah, they're just repeating the same description as before. Okay. So is there anything else? Well, I guess there's nothing here. Detention center. There she is again. Cleaning. Visitor's room. Oh, my poor sweet Soren. I wonder how he's getting along without me. Hello, Ellen. Oh, Mr. Wright, what's going to happen with the trial, do you think? Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry up and find this mystery person you saw just before you passed out. You think that person could be the real killer? It's quite possible, and if we can prove that, we can clear you of all charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Soren is right now? He's usually busy with meetings all afternoon, but he should be home by evening. I think I'd better go have a chat with him later then. Why am I being treated to a view of someone's underwear? Mr. Wright, don't tell me. You suspect my sweet Soren? Well, he is the one who masterminded the second reception after the time skip. So I thought he might be able to tell us something. How could you, Mr. Wright? You can't possibly think my Soren would never kill anyone. Alright, just calm down. No, not if you're accusing my Soren. Please, I'm not accusing anybody, so please put the pen and ladle down now, alright? Really? Cross my heart. So for now, would you mind if I ask you a few more things about the case? I'd better be careful not to provoke her. These flowers are white. Where did they come from? Well, let's talk because I have no idea what to present at this point. Could you tell me more about Soren? There's nothing to tell, he's squeaky clean. Alright, okay. Maybe I should avoid the topic of Soren right now. Let's talk about something else then. Fine, but you won't hear a peep out of me about Soren. Talk about pulling teeth. Persnickety. Persnickety? I guess. Could you tell me about Persnickety, then? Pierce, he came to Sprocket Manor about a year ago. As the family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household. Only a year ago? Did he have some kind of special connection with the family? I'm just a maid, so I'm not privy to such things, I'm afraid. It might have been Soren's order, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. He's the one who really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. He must have quite a bit of authority in that family. But no matter how good he is at his job, how could anybody gain that much influence in a single year? I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler, but wouldn't that explain it? Is it really as simple as that? What you thought was time travel was really just a cover-up carried out by your in-laws. Pierce said Soren was the one who ordered the whole thing. I still can't believe it, even if the second reception was fake. Soren would never use time travel for something like that. He's very serious about his time machine research, you know. I heard there's a reason he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes he could change. But isn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic? I don't think so. After all, Soren said real time travelers do exist. Really now? You think he knows someone who actually traveled through time? Maybe his butler. That's right, I haven't seen it personally, but Soren said as much. So I believe it. Somebody who actually traveled through time, huh? It's pretty hard to believe. Thank you, Ellen. You're going out to do your investigation now, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Please make sure you don't cause Soren any trouble, okay? I'm afraid I can't promise you that. What? Please, whatever you do, please don't upset my poor Soren any further. I'm begging you. I'll do my best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble. Oh, I couldn't bear it if Soren ever came under suspicion. I'd rather be found guilty myself. Wah! Yikes. Ellen, please, don't work yourself up like this. You don't want Soren to worry, do you? How does she get her hair to go back that way, though? No, you're right, and the floodwaters recede once more. So what do we do now, Nick? Well, Ellen said Soren is usually in meetings until the evening, so let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the mooring dock and figure out our next move from there? Roger, Nick. Yeah. Alright. Talk, examine, present, move. Move. Not here. Oh wow. Okay. Mooring dock, yeah. They just said it, and I just read it, but that went over my head, I guess. So where should we start? Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We already investigated the reception hall and Sprocket Manor. I know. We haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet. Hey, you're right. We still got some pretty important places left to examine, don't we? The Vista deck is the actual scene of the murder, right? And the lantern with the body in it was stored in the hold. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in those locations. Do we know how to get to the hold? Good question. I think it was labeled in that diagram of the airship in this pamphlet. Uh-huh. Okay. There it is. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Move. No, wait. If I did try to examine this... Okay, maybe we'll have to examine something here later, I guess. Hold. So this is the hold. This is where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. We'd better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb. Hey, Nick, weren't we supposed to need a key card to get in here? Huh, you're right. I wonder why it was unlocked. How's it going, Mr. Wright? Emma? Yeah, I thought so. She must be here investigating, otherwise it wouldn't be open. Emma, what are you doing here? Just a little independent investigating for my own sake. Gotta keep the mind sharp. So the door's security system was turned off for the police investigation. We'd like to investigate the hold ourselves. Would that be alright? Yeah, sure. The police just finished their examination anyway. Thanks, we'll just take a quick look around then. Oh, right. You should know that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise it up to the vista deck. The police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. If you do go up to the vista deck with the lift, be careful not to fall off. Okay. Got it, thanks. That goes double for you, Maya. Yes, ma'am. Well, let's get this show on the road. Talk. The incident. Any progress with your investigation? Nothing conclusive yet, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up, so it's hard to know who or what to believe. I know what you mean. Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's going to be a tough trial for you. You're telling me. There isn't much time left, so I've just got to make do and see what I can turn up. Vista deck. So this is the airship's engine. It's pretty impressive. And it's all rhythmic like a heartbeat. It's the literal heart of the flying chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning around and around and around and around and... Oh, I think I'm starting to get dizzy. Yeah, me too. These must be the dishes and glasses they use for receptions. Very fancy. I bet we'd be in big trouble if we broke any of them. Oh, I want to see, Nick. You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them. Nick, you think I'm going to break them, don't you? Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case. Ah, the flowers. These are the flowers we saw in Larry's photo. The petals make them look like gears. The perfect flower for the Sprocket family, huh? Maybe they were going to shower the couple with the petals. You mean kind of like how people throw rice or confetti? Yeah, like that. Only these were found at the scene of a murder instead. Huh? It looks like there are some fingerprints on this candelabra. Yeah, I just got done dusting that. I was able to pull a set of left handprints. Do you know whose prints they are? Yes, the prints belong to the victim, Dumas Gloomsbury. Nick, I just figured out something amazing. You did? Get this, if the fingerprints on the candelabra were from his left hand, then Mr. Doom and Gloom must have been left-handed. What do you think of that? Do I have the makings of a great detective or what? Oh, yes, your deductive reasoning skills are nearly encyclopedic. Hey, you're pretty good, Maya. I looked into it myself and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed. Really? I got it right. Awesome. Good for you, Maya. Good for you? That's all you've got to say? I think you did a real great job, Maya. Way to go. I guess one can never have too much info. Now you're talking. But come to think of it, this candelabra isn't in the photo Larry took of the hold, isn't it? Is it? It doesn't seem to be. That picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right? The candelabra must have been brought in here sometime after that then. still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. I'd better add it to the evidence file just in case. Candelabra added to the court record. Uh-huh. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright. You can have this fingerprint powder if you like. You're giving this to us? Sure. I have 4 other sets. Thanks. I feel like there's something more to the candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. Cake. Ooh, it's a cake, Nick. A cake. It's so big, they wouldn't miss one little piece, would they? If you're that in the mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure, knock yourself out. You mean it's not real? What a cheer fooled me. I was so ready to have some that I'm really craving cake now. Come on, Nick. Let's go get some. Maybe after the trial is over. Oh, look, Nick. It's an airplane. I wonder if Soren built that one, too. Hey, why don't we take it for a spin? Just a quick tour around the neighborhood. And who do you propose is going to pilot that wooden death trap? Me, of course. Who else? Don't worry, I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times. I think I'll pass. I've still got my whole life ahead of me. So there are 2 male peggable lanterns in the reception hall. That must mean that these 2 are female peg-a-cow lanterns. Larry got their sexes mixed up when he replaced the one in the reception hall, huh? Didn't he see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring if you ask me. And yet he managed not to notice. That's what makes Larry Larry. And Larry being Larry is why I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime. Oh, Mr. Wright? Yeah? You know that lantern the victim was found inside of in the reception hall? I'm just about to go piece it back together so the police can examine it. Oh, okay. Let's stop by for a look too once you're done fixing it. Does that mean I'm done? No, wait, there's still a little thing there, I guess. Oh, look, there's the lever to the lift Emma told us about. Let's try going up on it. I'll go flip the switch. Here goes nothing. Wait, I'm not even on it yet. There's blood. Hey Maya, stop the lift. Whoops, sorry, I got a little carried away. Never mind that, move over a little. Okay. Is that blood? Blood? Let me see. Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's blood? Well, this lift goes up to the Vista deck where the murder took place, so I think that's the most logical conclusion. But I thought the victim was clubbed to death and that there wasn't much blood. Something tells me I'd better take a picture of this. I should ask Emma about it some more later. Maya, can you bring the lift back down now? You got it. I'll go flip the switch again. There. Okay. Done. I want to find out some more about that bloodstain. But for now, I guess we should go up to the Vista deck and take a look around the actual crime scene for ourselves. The view must be great from up there. I bet it'll be awesome. You mean it would be if it wasn't the scene of a murder? Okay, to the Vista deck we go. Make sure you actually get on the lift this time, Nick. I know. Okay, I'll just flip the switch again and away we go. Wow, look at the gorgeous view. So this is where Ellen was attacked and Mr. Gloomsbury was killed. Yeesh, one wrong step and it's cursed splat on the ground below. Should we go investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge? Well, I don't see much of anything over there. The police investigation didn't turn up any clues either, so maybe we don't need to. Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you, Nick? Of course not. Come on, let's go back down and finish checking out the hold. Makes a ton of noise though. Talk. Isn't there something we had to show? No. Present. Emma, about this bloodstain. Doesn't something about it strike you as odd? What's so odd about the victim's blood? That's not exactly... There's just something about it that bothers me. Now that you mention it, I can't say I necessarily disagree with you. Maybe I should talk about this some more with her. Okay. The candelabra. Emma, can we check out this candelabra a little more? A little more? What do you... Oops! What happened? I almost dropped the candelabra and the candle slipped off. Well, let's be careful with that. It might be important evidence. Wait a minute. Now what? One of the pins that hold the candles is broken. What? There's definitely something fishy about this candelabra. There is. What makes you say that? Call it forensic investigation situation. We already dusted this for prints earlier, so let's test it with luminol this time. Knowing Emma, she'd use every test she has at the same time if she could. Just hang on, this will only take a second. I hope this turns up a new lead somehow. Well, Emma, did you find anything? Take a look at this, Mr. Wright. What is all that blood doing on there? Candelabra from the hold bearing fingerprints from Gloomsbury's dominant left hand. Traces of blood were found on it. Whose blood is it? Maybe somebody got hurt while they were setting up for the reception. These pins are pretty sharp. But if one of the pins is broken, it means there was some force involved. Do you think maybe somebody got stabbed? But nobody reported anything like that. That's quite a bit of blood. I wonder whose it is. If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. About this bloodstain. What about it? There's something about it that's been bothering me. Oh yeah? What's that? Well, there's a huge bloodstain on the crime scene lift and a bloodstained candelabra. Now, this is only a guess, but I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source, I'd say. I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. I guess that is a possibility. Can we compare the two bloodstains? Would that take a lot of time? Are you kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. It'll be done in a jiffy. After we're done here, I think this will be my cue to stop so I can go and have dinner. And the results are in. That didn't take long now, did it? And then I think if I stream later tonight, then I should have enough time, I think, to finish the game today, possibly. And then tomorrow I would have to come up with a game that's short enough that I can possibly be done with it in one day. And I think I have just the thing. It seems that the blood from the lift and candelabra are from the same person. Lift bloodstain updated in the court record. Candelabra updated in the court record. Okay. Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't all that much blood. But if this is Mr. Gloomsbury's blood... Well, this is just a guess, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed somebody with a candelabra pin? That would explain both the huge bloodstain on the lift and the blood on the candelabra. Don't forget the one that he has on his hand. Oh my goodness, if that's true, then that means there was somebody else present at the scene of the murder. It does, doesn't it? This just might substantiate Ellen's statement about the third person. Emma, could you have this blood analyzed? Sure thing. A mysterious bloodstain on the candelabra with the victim's prints on it. This just might be the thing to back up Ellen's memory of seeing a third person. Next up, the reception hall. It might be worth taking another look around in there. The reception hall. The forensics team is in there investigating right now. Oh, they are? Well, we don't have time to just sit around, so let's go check out something else. Good idea. We could go question some people. especially Soren. I have quite a few questions for that guy. Sounds good, Nick. Off to do some legwork then. Yup, I thought we'd head to Soren's house for starters. He was accompanying the police on their investigation here earlier, but he's probably home by now. Great, thanks. Later, Emma. Okay, let's see. If I save here. How is that? Okay. Yep. Let's stop here then, and I'll be back in an hour or an hour and a half, give or take. Enough for me to have to make dinner and wash the dishes and do a few things around the house, I guess. And then I'll be back, and we'll probably be seeing the end of this game tonight, if possible at all. So see you later then, and thank you for watching as usual. Bye bye.